All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, March the 23rd. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Uh, yes, in the YouTube. Thank you very much, Pepe. Okay, guys, I do have to leave you for about five minutes or so, okay? So I will be back at about 6:05. one yet, but VALN. I'm wondering if you want to take a look at that one. That is in slam down on, I believe it is phase three. Okay, VALN. I don't know what else they've got going on, but slam down 30, almost 34% right now. Let me see if I can find it again. Again, meaning the news. Yeah, so it was phase three, okay? Phase three results, and the initial reaction was okay, but then after that, market is punishing them. So that is VALN on phase three results moving down. So what's moving up so far? GMEX moving up, receives a Australian $4.2 million first commercial order from a leading Australian food and beverage group. Okay, so that is your news for GMEX, GMEX. Pretty new IPO, obviously, back here, or it's a symbol name change. Ugrow, I think this is some kind of a merger. Some kind of a merger. Urban Grow. IPG completes merger. No, I don't understand. Yeah, I think it's some kind of a merger, but I'm looking at these headlines. I don't quite understand. It looks like it with a sports company. AIFF. Don't see any news on this one. AIFF, but it is up 24% on a yeah, almost a million shares. GDC. I see no news on this one, guys. I see absolutely. Oh, it's only 15,000 shares, so okay, forget about it. So yeah, the market's obviously up this morning. For how long? Who knows? So tread. I don't know what to believe, what not to believe. But anyway, the market is up. So I guess we just have to trade what we see. I was looking at silver. I wanted to see if silver was having a big pop, but nope. ASPI. All right. So ASPI completes their well drilling required for phase one of Renergen helium project, 4 months ahead of schedule. Okay, that's your news for ASPI. Hey guys, for those of you, well, actually, it's not up that much. Excuse me, not up that much anymore. Oh, SRH just was up quite a bit when it was at 60 cents. All right, guys, let's see what else. ILAG, ILAG. Take a look at our sectors right now, guys. I might as well do the full the look at all of them this morning. Starting off with energy. So let's take a look at energy. XLE, as would be anticipated, a little bit weak, a little bit weaker this morning. Okay, XLE, a little bit weaker, way still above the or way above the 200-day moving average. Of course, still retail. Let's see if retail was able to. Well, no, market was down. Everything was down on Friday. So yeah, everything should be still down. So, but way below anything that was below the 200-day moving average is still going to be below it. So there's retail, XRT below, healthcare, XLV. Well, it did not. It looks like it just closed at the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, like most of other sectors, are either below or right near the 200-day moving average. So healthcare looks like it just closed right at it. Communications, wow, below. We know financials are going to be looking ugly. Yeah, financials below. Well, everything's below. I mean, look at the SPY. I is as we speak anyway, it's trying to get back to it. Okay, that's today's little bar in the pre-market, trying to get back to it, but close below the 200-day moving average on Friday. Even there's Staples, which would have been a has been kind of a star, but nope, moving back into it. Discretionary, which has been weak for several weeks now. Well, there's materials. So materials is still, just above that 200-day moving average. Ooh, tech is going to look ugly. No, actually, it's not as ugly as I thought it was. So still hanging around the 200-day moving average. It's okay. And then let's take a look at utilities. Yeah, big down day on Friday though. Big down day on Friday. Again, the flight to safety, defensive stocks. I don't mean like war stocks. I'm talking about utility stocks or stocks that have a lot of that pay dividends. That's what people seem to flock to in times when the market is in turmoil. But even XLU wasn't safe on Friday. How about semis, SMH? Yeah, have been, relatively speaking, the semis have been relatively strong, kind of up there with XLE. All right, thank you, William. So let's see, back of the envelope, 184, company been ramping revenue, close to being profitable, really. One of the few little guys close to being profitable. Just give me one moment. Okay, thank you for that, William. So let's take a look a little closer at VALN. Where is there any support? Number one, now, obviously, it's blasted right through the 200-day moving average. If you look at a monthly chart, better go to our weekly chart. I want to see where the next low on a weekly chart is. So the next low on a weekly chart is down here at around 592, so about $1 away. That was back in July of last year, so not quite a year ago. So that is 525, 592, excuse me. So about $1 away on the weekly chart anyway. AHMA. Now you understand, Ozzy. Pepe's got nothing to do with it. About the new bill for money machine. I mean, he has no. He's not involved in getting it out. You know that, right? I think you know that. But oh, okay, okay, okay. Wasn't sure if you were thinking he had any influence in that regard. Adobe. No, that maybe Adobe was. Good morning, 160. Hello, to you, Rick, back at you. The CG guys, this is anything, the Carlisle group. Not really. Yeah, the silver stocks are not really moving that much. I thought they might be moving a little more, but you know the overall silver ETF is not moving that much, up 1%. I did see that Hycroft, HYMC, you know, Hycroft. So that was up, you know, that's up 3% at least. Next high looking left on the daily chart, almost $34. Well, let's take a look at our SPY, guys. So the SPY right now, as we speak, is testing the VWAP, okay? Always the interesting area, the purple line in my chart, testing the VWAP and see if that holds. I mean, it's, so so actually, you know, I mean, the SPY has dropped quite a bit. It was up at 667, it's back down to 659. So, I mean, it's still up 10 points, but it has dropped quite a bit from the high in the pre-market. Gift. What is this one? Well, if we're looking at Val for VALN for a potential bounce, I mean, you know, it's holding the VWAP. You can see that red. If you can see that purple line, hard to see perhaps on the 15-minute chart, but it is holding the VWAP. So will that act as support? Speaking of acting as support, keep an eye on that SPY, guys. That VWAP right there. All right, guys. What I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me one moment as I first of all save my layout. All right, give me a moment as I just rearrange a couple things here. All right. So, did I miss anything? I don't know if I talked about AHMA. HMA? I don't think I did. So, Ambitions Enterprise Management files initial benefit or beneficial ownership statement for the CEO. This is a UAE company. Well, it's out of there anyway. UAE. Um, any other news on this one? Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, look at Amago is right. Now the next high on a daily chart is 691, so it's a little bit close. Probably a low float. Yeah, 4 million, a lot of volume, 2.2 million. All right, guys. Now keep an eye on the SPY here. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that VWAP, the VWAP right there, is getting breached a little bit here. Okay. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back just in time for the open. Anything? Now, I don't care about these. This QVC GA. It's probably a bunch of nonsense. Not going to care about that one. Well, AHMA is it's holding. Can't see the VWAP because it's sort of buried in that blue the blue wave there, but it is holding the VWAP. And when I left, the SPY was in. Look at this, guys. I mean, the SPY is starting to do its drift. Starting to do its drift down. All right, guys, we have half an hour, 30 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. As most of you know, I don't trade it. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. So we'll see what happens on this open. See what the best right now. IYT shippers. Yeah, the shippers got not the shippers, the freight transportation top. The next home builders and the worst sector probably is going to be energy. Yeah, XLE, even gold and silver. Take a quick look at the. There's a quick look at the major sectors again. SMCI still getting thumped here, guys. Got thumped on Friday and a repeat thumping now. Oh, do you not ever read anything? Just not look at any headline anywhere? I'm kind of kidding you. But you're just blissfully unaware of everything. Okay. Wrong with that. Just news from over there. You know whether or not it's going to sustain. Who knows? All right, guys. So Palantir. No, is that that's PTIR? That's a Palantir, right? So Palantir must be up about 3.5%, a little over 3.5%. The stock. Yeah. Wow. On the I think it's halted, isn't it? Yeah. AHMA is halted. AHMA is halted. Well, so much for that next high looking left. So the next high looking left now is 771. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high. First time we'll take a look at this blue screen, blue window. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So here is your halt price, the 706, and there is the potential open, okay, the 708, potential open. Doesn't mean it has to be there. This number will fluctuate over the 5 minutes that most of these stocks have halted for volatility. Did I mention APGE? Because this is ripping. AP, I have a thumbnail. That's why one of my thumbnail charts. You know what? I did not mention this when it's on my list. Sorry for not mentioning it. Following surges following Apex clinical trial readout. So, William, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this one, APGE. This is now almost a lifetime high now for APGE. Well, again, guys, that important level, potentially important level anyway, the VWAP, to say the SPY is now moving down from it. Well, we have not seen this one for a while, guys. It's SMX. You're around, but it just got halted on the way up. SMX analysis flags virgin plastic cost rising towards $1,840 a ton. Okay. And do you think it's right to play games to pump the market, Paul? All right. AIFF. AIFF. Fire. I know I talked about this one just briefly. Now, the next high looking left, couple of highs, okay? 231. If it can get through 231, the next high is around 260. Low float. Actually, well, it's a low float, 12.8 million, not crazy low, but it is a low float. Were they out of US? Jay, please. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to. All right, guys. So AHMA, it's still around $7. Okay, why is this not? There we go. All right. Wow. When I was trying to type it in, it was at $7. So another huge pop. Another huge pop. No real, well, I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, there's no resistance. If you look at a daily chart, $9 next high. All right, guys. So AHMA, this is not shortable. No, this is one of those that's not even, they're not even going to try to find shorts. It's not available for short sale at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I should have mentioned. So Butterfly, is it 401? Was that the trigger? BFLY? Yeah, so BFLY, this is the trade of the week. Okay. So the trigger was 401. So we're completely up to you when or if you take this trade. These are designed for longer term holds. Galaxy Digital, okay. Is there room? There's a little bit. Yeah, there's some room, guys. GLXY, 2182 is the next high looking left. Wow, look at the drop in APGE. I was just mentioning it. APGE, what did it get up to? Got up to $81, dropping down to 76. What the market is doing now, well, trying again, maybe a little pop, trying to get back into that VWAP area. See if it can, well, I'll put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP. See if it takes it out. Let's see, D. Okay, guys, let's see, KGC. I want to see if gold. So gold, it's funny because gold was not moving higher. So gold, the ETF, but there are some. I'm seeing some individual plays that are moving. Hardly a market. I don't agree, PJ. Okay, I just don't agree. And nothing to do with my feelings about anybody. It's got nothing to do with that, in my opinion, anyway. So lemonade, guys, lemonade, LMND. The next high is 67.80. So there is a little bit of room. Now, if I can take that out, look left, 74.98. So keep an eye on lemonade, guys. If it can take out 70, maybe not today, but I don't know, tomorrow or sometime. Certainly has a lot of room. Certainly has a lot of room. All right. Well, the spy's at the VWAP again. Okay. Spy is at the VWAP again. Okay. CMBT. So this, you're going to get probably a lot of action in this. Well, you're seeing it right now. A lot of action in this race already with the market being up. This was a big one. This was an interesting one on Friday, guys. This had earnings on Friday, YSS, and so it's not above. It's above the close. The high up here was 23.81. So daily reversals. Yes, we're going to get probably a lot of well, we're getting a lot already. Again, in powder blue, what that means is the stock was down at least 5% on Friday and is up today. And when I say down, I mean it had to close at least down 5% on Friday, but it's up today. We're getting a lot of ETFs in here. Just waiting for my gap continuation. I have a 15-minute delay on this one. So just waiting on getting some alerts here. Time is it right now? 9:44. So probably start to get some there. Well, Fly is not, guys. FLY, this was a big one on Friday. Had earnings. Yeah, had earnings. There was the earnings reaction. However, didn't it got up into the 200-day moving average and then got stopped, closed well down in terms of the high of the day. So gap down and reversed. Okay, SOC so far. I think this is actually an earnings play. Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Sable is an earnings play. SOC is an earnings play. A gap down and trying to reverse. These, yeah, this is not shortable for me, guys. So Anna that had a huge day on Friday. Giving it up now, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. UMAC is on the way down, guys. Yeah, so this is below below. Well, actually, look what it did on Friday. It was not a good day, and it closed right at the low of the day. And there's UMAC below the low of Friday, and getting close to that 200-day moving average, 11.99. Actually, it's got some room to that 200-day moving average, and that is UMAC. Okay, guys, you grow, which had some news in the pre-market. 448 is the next high looking left. So it's pretty close to that. Look at that pullback on AHMA. It almost got up to $8 and it got pulled all the way back down to 580. And now it's bouncing a little bit. And that's the AHMA. So is it finding a support area? Well, it's right around the VWAP. Okay, right around the VWAP. So just looking at some of these, I'm wanting to see if there's any sort of on these reversals, daily trend reversals. Is there follow through? There's so many of these are ETFs. Well, this was not bad. This is not a trend reversal, but SOC, but it's from the gap. It's from the gap down and reversal scan. Pony guy, boy, we haven't seen Pony for a while. So Pony was very active a few months ago. Pony, and now let's see. The next high looking left is 1184. Is that correct? 1131 is the next high looking left for Pony, PONY, Pony AI. SPY is just hanging around that VWAP. Wow, on the move, and it tore through that high. Of course, Bitcoin is our crypto. The crypto plays are moving. Yeah, crypto's up $3,000 from Friday's close. I know it doesn't really close, but read my mind there, Div. Yeah, Lunar's moving up, top of the race here, and these are big moves. These are big percentage moves. This race normally you don't see too many up over 1%, but look at them all. Of course, Riot, Cipher, a couple of crypto plays. I saw a Rivian on when I went shopping on Saturday or Sunday. It's pretty cool looking. It was I don't even know what category it would fall into. It was very long, kind of an interesting color. Hey guys, there's lemonade. Lemonade just wow, just took that out now. So again, the next high, I mean, it has a ton of room, $74. Okay, well, as would be expected, if I don't know what's the price of oil right now, but anyway, oil prices may obviously probably moving down a bit. There's NCLH, got the next high looking left, 2047, so it's very close. Okay, XP. You know what? This gets through that. I might have to take it. 1923. That's the next high looking left. XP, the next high looking left. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to put a price alert there because if we can take that out, then the next high is far enough away around 1980. Okay, well, it briefly took it out. So give me a moment here, guys. Much volume? Not a lot of volume. 395,000 shares only is basically one. Hmm, when I say one, relative volume is one, so it's not trading anything. Not trading abnormally. Might have to reconsider this. This is my gap up and go. Okay, that's the scan is coming from. A big difference, PJ. That is a news release. What you said was your opinion. Okay, so big difference. You don't like it? I'm sorry. XP guys. Well, yeah, and whether we agree, whether we think Iran state media is, you know, okay, all right, not real news, fine. That's what you might think, and it may not be. But what you said before was your opinion. I just want to get rid of opinions. XPav guys, shoot, that one actually, did that one take off? Now, interesting. In, well, here's American Airlines, guys. So, I mean, we saw the cruisers lifting. I disagree, PJ, but you know what? I don't want to get into it. Just let's forget it, okay? I don't want to get into it. You may not believe it, but that's what they're putting out, okay? You may not believe it, but that's what they are putting out. ALM guys, the next high looking left is 1808. Okay. Sorry, no more. Hello. Gap down and reverse. Energy play, how much volume? Not bad. Okay, guys, I know you many were watching this GMAX earlier, okay? I think it got close to a dollar again, right down to a dollar again. So there it is. It's trying to bounce a bit. There is there's the VWAP approaching the VWAP. Speaking of the VWAP, here's our market. Here's our SPY right at the VWAP again. Well, shoot. XP ran. I thought maybe this would stall it, but so far, no. All right, guys, I am in Tallow. Let's see if this works. TALO. This is a what is it? It's a gap. It's a gap down and reversal play, and it has some room to. I'm not saying telling anybody to do the same thing, but it has room to 1572. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Still down for the day. It's an energy play. Energy, probably not the right thing to do. Energy is the weakest sector, but it's well. Look what it's doing though. So it is following. It is following the sector a bit anyway. So I feel somewhat vindicated for taking it. The fact that XLE is doing this, it's almost gone flat compared to Friday's close. Interesting that NCLH is still ripping higher. American Airlines is dropping. Unless NCLH has any pretty higher in response to a decline in the cost of oil. Okay. Well, I don't know, FinFan. I mean, the 659, it's holding so far. It is holding so far at VWAP. Are you talking about the two planes that collided on the weekend, or did that happen this morning at in LaGuardia? I mean, that wasn't this morning. That was okay. So that's an in addition. That's not good. All right, guys, it is 10:02. So what I'm going to do now? Was that at LaGuardia, William? Because I know there was something else that happened on the weekend. At least I could have sworn it was on the weekend. Yeah, well, so there was two accidents. All right, guys, I put my homepage link in, and let's take a look at it. And here is how you can take a subscription. That is using this promo code. You can use Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade ID subscription. Doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room. So those of you sitting in YouTube, wonder what I'm talking about, there's another room called the trading room. It's a lot more robust. Okay, more traders are in here, more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some action or excuse me, some interaction amongst other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room, the trading room, open at 6:45 a.m. Obi does it. Thank you very much, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. A little early for me. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now, this room also, Normally, I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. But even when I do, William usually keeps his room, the trading room, open after I leave. I'll have to ask him later what time he expects to keep it open. Most of the time, the scene is Monday to Thursday, 6:45, but that is completely up to him. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay? You want to stay in YouTube? That's fine. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is simple. Okay, you can sign up for it right now. Trade of the week is simple. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. How you trade the trade of the week, of course, is completely up to you if you trade it at all. Wow, look at AHMA. What a wild one now, guys. It's approaching the high of the day. So if you do take out a trade, if you do take out a subscription, or you're wondering about taking out a subscription, click on the education section, click on the more info. So if you took out a subscription, first thing you must do, mandatory, getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the ingredients and elements of the program. If you don't have the program, I would start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try it for at least a month. Okay, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos designed for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 of them. Now, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, races, scans, etc., and you click on my homepage link, the middle section right here. So this is the race you see. The large cap gainers is right over here. Upside versus downside movers is over here. I don't have the daily trend reversals on my homepage. I can give it to you if you want, but I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pulse resumes, which is super active this morning. Okay, right there. I've got momentum scan. I am using my gap scan, my gap continuation or reversal scan on my other monitor, but I am using it. And let's see, I just up down 25%, 25 cents on big volume. You can have it. I'm not using the momentum scan right now, nor the Pepe combo scan right now. But you can see I'm sharing a lot of different types of scans. Okay. So if you have any questions, this is both rooms are trading rooms, but they're both also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Please don't be shy. If you have questions, fire away. Okay. Do my best to answer them. Okay, I'm breaking up a little bit. How's that for most people though? I have to make sure that it's not widespread. I know my voice is cracking, but excuse me. Gotta make sure it's not widespread. Okay. Well, that was sort of a quick in and out trade for me in the tallow, guys. I mean, it's so tied in to tied into XLE. And XLE is still not bad, but that little draw down that sort of took me out of that trade. I'd rather find something that's not so tied into the sector. So the AHMA, this is one of those ones that could later on, I mean, later on might be very soon. Look at the volume, 13 million, 4 million in the float, 95 times normal volume. All right, USAR is on the move for the rare earth. So how much room? A lot of room, a lot of room. USAR on the move. $18 is the next high. It's on the daily chart. So I put it out there. Is the sound okay? I know Dwayne and Ovi are saying you might have to do a refresh if it's breaking up. Just have to make sure it's not widespread. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So if anybody is having audio problems, please do a refresh. It is not widespread. There's nothing on my end that I can do. Yeah, it's so hard to know why some people have audio problems, so many different configurations out there. And usually it's rectified by doing either a refresh. Hey guys, pump. Well, again, another wow coming right into the high there. Another cruiser guy. So the cruisers still firing up. How much did the price of oil drop? Anybody have a number on that? I don't even know what it was. What high was it? What 115 or so? What is it now? Thank you, FinFan. So it's under 100. Okay, under 100, and we're cheering. Great. Well, some good news, perhaps. So let's. Okay, so silver is having. Okay, I mean it's had an interesting day. When the market opened, it started to drift down. It was actually negative, but it's now gone positive and looking. So a lot of silver plays. I'd be watching HYMC. That seems to be one that will move even more. Yeah, see, this is up 5%. So there's HYMC, and it's getting close to that high, which is 32. All right, so I'm looking at a couple of the AI alerts, guys. I haven't had a chance to really look at them. Well, there's a silver play. You can see the EXK. So it's completely tied in. So if you're going to take EXK, we already have, you're doing okay on it. But I would have silver. I would have the silver chart thumbnail so you can see exactly what's happening with silver. Okay. Not in love with this one though. I know this is from our AI, but look left and look at all the little areas it could stall. So I'm not in love with this one. If they get up to 117, go back. The alert was at 103, but look at these little areas that could stall. And that's what happened so far, right up in this area. Well, speaking about SLV and XLE, et cetera, let's take a look at the sectors guide. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Click on that Show More. These are all theme-based channels, and I'm going to get down to the sector status. Let's just take a look and see what's happening. You would think that virtually every sector is going to be up. So this top list. These are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. Okay. The top sector is home builders, okay? XHB, and then uranium and nuke, SMH, semis, etc. What's the worst one? Gold. Gold, for some reason, is the worst sector. And even XLE. XLE is just flat, okay? Even though oil is, well, that makes sense, okay? Oil down, so that makes perfect sense. But gold, that doesn't really make sense to me. Where's silver? Silver is up. Where's silver? So there's silver. So this is what I mean. If you were going to take a silver play, and it's probably going to run with what the overall sector is doing, I would have something like this, the silver, whatever time frame you want. I would have that tucked away as a thumbnail chart so you can keep an eye on what silver is doing. So we have 11 of the major sectors right here covered. So let's take a look at financials as an example, okay? XLF, so Goldman Sachs leading the charge. That's a big move, 3.7%. That's sort of a float. Capital One and Capital One, etc. But 8%. So what does that mean? First of all, what do these numbers mean? 92% versus 8% red. So 90% of the stocks that are making up XLF are up for the day, but there is one down, or several down. PJR, for whatever reason, is down. Not a huge amount, but it is down. So certainly running counter to the sector. Let's take a look at retail. This is what I find more interesting is when you see 90% are up, but 10% are down. That could only be one stock, but here, wow, look at Wayfair. I mean, Wayfair is ripping, 8.8% up. Not an earnings play, but it is ripping. Look at that 15-minute chart, guys, just straight up. So the retail sector is having a nice, but what isn't? So I mean, look at this. MUSA, for whatever reason, is down 4%. This is running completely counter to the sector. I mean, it's an expensive stock, $453, but for whatever reason, it's not an earnings play that I can see. So I don't know why it's moving down like that, but certainly running counter to the sector. SFM, down 3%, whereas most of the sector is up, and some of them are just ripping higher. That's a big move, 8%. Healthcare, the same thing. GEHC, top one. Scroll down. What's the worst one? It's INSEE. It's not terrible. It's down 0.5%. So you can see, look at technology. Virtually every stock is up. What's down? First solar. First solar. So the solar stocks probably not doing that well today. Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF for solar. No, it's actually up. So for whatever reason, First Solar is down. Not like its sector is down. But can you kind of see how you could use this? Some of you looking at this for the first time, you might think, you know what? This is what I'm going to do all day. Just going to look at the major sectors, look at the strong one, look at the weak one, and figure out a way to trade them. So if you have any questions about this, just let me know. Remember, and in the dog channel bar, they're all theme-based channels. Well, it might happen, Barry or FinFan, but right now, as we speak, that VWAP is holding. I mean, there might be a rug pull holding, but I mean, or coming, but you would have thought it might have been right there. But so far, so good. If we're looking, for some positivity in the market anyway, it's holding the VWAP. Well, I wonder how this one might move. I mean, it's kind of a crazy one in terms of what it looks like. Almost look like a buyout on the 5 minute. It's just been inching its way up. This is SBS, Brazilian stock. It's above the VWAP, positive for the day. Any news on this one? Experience an unexpected surprise move. Jeffrey's announcing a $36 price target for them. Okay. I guess that's the only reason I can see that this is moving higher. I mean, could be boring as anything, but well, today is the day of halts, guys. Here's RDG. Well, no, it just got halted. RDGT. I don't know if it was halted earlier, but also, I think it was. Today is the day of halts. What do they do? Ah, when I won it earlier, but I just didn't like the way he was trading. But it's moving. It's moving well now. XP. Well, guys, here's one that has a little bit of room. This is a gap up and go. Okay, gap up and go. Has some room. 1772. It broke above that high there. 1704. Well, broke. It's a penny above it. Okay, so I, let's keep an eye on this one. That weekly high is the same as this daily high, of course. So it has some room. VFC is so it's a retailer. Okay, guys, I want to keep an eye on that AHMA. That could be one of those. I mean, it may happen earlier, but it could be one of those later in the day, after lunch, that takes off. The high right there is 946. Okay, on the weekly chart. And what did it get up to? Got up to 852 on the daily chart. That's the same. Yeah, got 889 is the next high, but it's a low float, ton of volume. Had some news. SPY through the 200-day moving average. And you are right. Yes, you are. So yeah, there's the SPY, guys. So the SPY, of course, was it was closed under on Friday. And now it's back over the 200-day moving average. For how long? We don't know. Too bad I had no shorts for Anna. It's a big one on Friday, and now it's just basically giving it all up, almost. The problem with this one today, the gap continuation or reversal scan, is so active, it's hard to, it's just so active, and you can understand why on a day like today, the market being up so much, you're going to get a lot of reversals. And so let me go over this. I'll go over this scan. It's on my homepage. It's called the multi-strategy window. You see the little M in the upper left-hand corner. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you have several alert windows on your dotted around your screen. Maybe you've got several monitors. You have an alert window here, one over here, one over here. What you can do is you can put them all in one window if you want. Now, typically, the use of it is for people who don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take your alert windows and put them all in this one window. Now, don't go overboard. Okay. When I say that, you don't want to, you first of all, you shouldn't have like 10 alert windows up and running. You'll get nothing done. What I like to do is I like to take similar scans, these are all gap scans, and put them into a multi-strategy window. So what are they? I right click, go over, hover over strategies, his box pops up. So I've got 4 alert windows in here: the gap up and go, the gap down and reverse, the gap up and reverse, and the gap down and go. So gap up and go, and they're all color coordinated. What is it? Gap up and go, in simple terms, it's not gapped up, and at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse. At the time of the alert, the stock had gapped down and then was starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse. We're not going to get too many today because, not many stocks are reversing, but the stock gapped up and then starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go, like an Anna, okay? Gap down and go, stock gap down, and at the time of the alert, it kept moving down. So some of you might only want to play reversal plays. So you don't have to have them all checked. Some of you just might want to play reversal plays or just go long, go gap up and go, and gap down and reverse. These are 2 long ideas. So, you have your choice. You can uncheck whatever you don't want. But that's what the idea of the gap scan is. But this is what I would call, this is overactive. It was nowhere near this active on Friday. And that's just because of the nature of today, what's happening. I mean, I almost feel like just taking this. I mean, this. What did it get up to this morning? I got up to 3708. 3708. Really? At 4:45 this morning, probably on no volume, but and also this one, the daily trend reversals. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, this is just a unique day. Stocks that were down on Friday, at least 5% on the close, moving higher today. Well, on a day where the market, as we speak now, is up 12 points. Okay, you would think that you're going to get a lot of stocks that had gapped down on Friday and now are reversing. It's almost more interesting to see the ones that are doing the opposite. So here's Sedge as an example. Well, VALN has not bounced. It's actually showing up now in the gap down and go, William. VALN not bouncing at all. This is one that got hammered down. Bad phase three results. Boy, there's not many shares either to short for this VALN. It's only 24,000. I like the spread though, 651, 663. I don't like that spread. Okay, so this is in the energy sector, AESI, and it is now turning into a gap down and go. Okay, AESI. Again, the problem I got with these is that if you get some tweet coming out of nowhere that says something else, I mean, all these energy plays could have a run. I'd much prefer seeing stocks running on their own rather than so tied in to the sector. But this is definitely, I mean, it's got room. Okay, guys. Well, this is a cheap one. Too bad. Oh, man, I wish this were. I wish the next low looking left were down here at 255 or so. ABSI. I'd probably take this short, but the next low is right here. 278. Too close. Okay, guys. I'm just looking. I have some thumbnail charts. I'm trying to keep track. How about that APGE? First of all, I want to see if it's shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, and the answer is yeah. There's 70,000 shares now. Not that I want to short it, but I mean it is. I mean it got up to what $81, came all the way back down to 76. Has some really good, I guess. Well, the market reacting well anyway. Encouraging eczema drug data. I think it's phase three. It was phase two. I thought it was phase three for some reason. Okay. Yeah, mid-stage trial results. Okay, I'm wrong. I thought it was phase three. Let's see. Price target raised from 95 to 120 at Wedbush. Okay. Hanging around the VWAP right now. APGE hanging around the VWAP. So, guys, you have questions. Come on, don't be shy. I don't think I've had any questions today. How am I doing today? I'm fine. How about you, Ian? Nothing really shaking in the AI today, guys. There's no re-entries that I can see. Okay, the AHMA doing what I was. Well, if you're in this one, I hope it's not going down. I mean, it's moving down, but hoping what it does, it might just hold the VWAP area, and then in the afternoon, just have an explosion, get some volume coming in, and maybe have that late day run. Well, the H oh, he just got halted. Okay, HMA, I'm mishearing it in my house resume. It just got halted. Now they listen, this could be over. But I mean, let's see what happens when it opens. At least holding maybe this area. Yeah, I see PTLE is and that got halted a few times, right? And it's right at this high. I mean, it's got a ton of room still, $16. It just opened. No, I know. I know it was all down. AJ, all down. So potential open 640, and it's halted and it's gone through the VWAP. I mean, I was hoping what would happen is that it would do nothing, do nothing for a couple of hours, just sort of hang around the VWAP area. Halted because of volatility again for PTLE. What do they do? Provision of marine fuel logistics services. Okay. There's the 200-day moving average looming above it, 1350. That's certainly far enough away. Not shortable for me. Ugrow is not shortable for me. This is now a gap up and reversal play, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And this is picking up speed on the way down. A lot of room, of course. The low yes or on Friday was 217, so just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, DJT crawling off the bottom here. Low on Friday. Wow, 829, 829. High looking left, 973. No kidding. Look at that. That's China stock, isn't it? Yeah, China stock. Potential open 196. So yeah, thank goodness Fidelity said no. Well, the cruisers have not given up, guys. NCLH, CCL, probably RCL. Too bad. Well, those of you with shorts for Ugrow, that was a great. I mean, look what it did. It got into the VWAP, could not take it out, and right around here, 368 down to 312. Well, guys, I've been complaining about I mean, I have my SPY chart, and I guess for those of you who might have had the cues or some other chart, they just wanted to follow what the overall market was doing. and you're not going into it very much, like it's not symbol linked. We were getting it was just getting stuck. The latest build, the latest build, development build has looks like it's cured the problem. Finally. Boy, oh boy. Well, I mean, here is NCLH. It's right at that high now, 2075, right at that high. It takes that out. I mean, it still has room. 200-day moving average, 22, 25, way up there. All right, here's an obscure one, guys. A CRBG. This is a gap up and go. However, let's look left. 22, 24, sorry, 2440. Yeah, too close. Yeah, this is another one of those just too many. I just can't keep track of them all. There's just way too much action today. Oh, PTLE, look at that one now, $11 halted. Why wasn't I following this one earlier? How many times has this been halted? The halt resumes today has gone crazy. So where was the first halt for PLT? E was halted at 8:17 at 10:22. 5 minutes later, it opened less than a minute, halted again, resumed, halted again. So what, 4 or 5 halts today. Well, I can just 6 of them, six halts today so far. Yeah, for PTLE, and none of them have really. We always seem to think that the first halt pretty good, meaning when it opens, it's going to be above the halt price. Second halt usually decent, above the halt price. The third one is when we used to see a lot of profit taking, but so far no profit taking for PTLE. And I have a grand total of 1,200 shares available to short for PTLE at Interactive Brokers. Singaporean stock, guys. So PTLE is a Singaporean stock. Ah, okay. So I couldn't buy it anyway. Has that been for the whole day, Dwayne? The whole day? Please tell me it's for the whole day, and I won't feel so badly. Anybody was it? Monica, how about you? You usually get into these ones. Anybody able to buy PTLE at Interactive Brokers at all today? So all day long, Monica. So even okay, when it was getting going, well, since at least 1 hour, okay. I'm just curious to know if it's been all day. Hey guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Sorry, I was on mute. I'm very sorry. I put myself on mute for a bit. Thank you, Veronica or Veronica. um, yeah, this could be interesting. ADEA. This is an all-time high. What's the volume like? Not bad. This could be interesting, guys. This is from our AI. Okay, it's an all-time high. What do they do? Technology company. A lot of shares available to short. Also, 1.7 million. I don't want to short it necessarily, but good spread, 2 cent spread. Hey guys, I'm looking to take a kick at this one. ADEA. Okay, little move here, little bit of a move here. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, ADA. We had an alert at 20. I did not get it there. 24.50. What intrigued me is that it's an all-time high. Okay, looking at the SPY guys, yeah, another yes, and breaking away again from the VWAP, volume coming in. Just looking at the when I say the SPY, that's how I track the market. High in the pre-market was I think around 666, yeah, 0.96. So I'm going to put a I'll put a price alert there. Why not? Who knows? Maybe it takes it out later. All right, ADEA is moving modestly for me. This has been moving all well. Rocket companies have been moving most of the day. Well, no huge pullbacks. RKT. like many stocks, of course. I mean, market's up 13 points. You're going to see most stocks moving higher. Yeah, AHMA is now, yeah, at the VWAP, right at the VWAP level. Volume is coming in too for AHMA. Volume's starting to come in. The VWAP, no, we've got, yeah, it's about the same, 703, 707. Okay, so because I'm using pre-market data with that VWAP line that you see, but it's about the same. All right, guys, 11:07. So in about 50 minutes, 50, I'll be taking a break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris Riley taking over for me in our YouTube room. Should be, but always good to check to see maybe there's a switch. All right, guys, ADEA, a very minor move, but let's see what happens, though. I mean, it's got all sorts of room, of course, because it's an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance. Yeah, I see the halt was at 1023, right? So for the sorry, for the RDGT, the halt was at 1023. Sorry, resumed. I'm sorry, 1033. The halt was. So yeah, this is going to be, well, who knows how long. So SMCI obviously reversed. I mean, at one point it was down quite a bit, but it is completely reversed now. CMCI, SMCI. Well, saw this one a little earlier, the VFC. It has a little bit of room. Well, no, actually, a lot of room on a percentage basis, 1719. Saw this one right around here. Wow, APGE, guys. I did not take it, but it is challenging 80 right now. Okay, challenging 80 right now. Broke above the VWAP. Let's put a price alert around 80 for this, see if it takes it out again. Boy, the cruiser's just cruising along, guys. NCLH all day now, coming right into. I mean, how are we going to short this? I mean, it's moving because of the oil prices coming down a bit. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't think there's any other news on this one specifically. There's the high, which is at 2083. We're almost there. That daily high. All right, guys. So just yeah, confirmation. It'll be Chris Varley taking over for me in about 45 minutes in our YouTube room while I take my break. Frito-Lay, yes. Uh, no, it's still, oh, it resumed RDGT. It did resume and then it halted immediately. Wow. So if I can read what you're saying, you impulsively purchased anchored VWAP a few days ago. Okay. Now you don't want it. Don't ask me anything about it in terms of using it. I mean, I can show you how you activate it and all, but I mean, other than that, I don't use it. So you have a question? I mean, I shouldn't have phrased it like that. If you have a question, please ask. But it sounds like why you pay for it. Well, okay. Why did you impulsively take it in the first place? Um, you should have before you took it. Just to let you know, you should have clicked on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the show more. And where is it? anchored VWAP way down here. You can see that not many people take it, but if you should have watched that video or at least looked at this, what it's all about. Well, it's powerful, but I mean, it's not my cup of tea for intraday trading. I think it's more designed for longer term trades. You can always unsubscribe from it. Okay. I don't use it. So I thought I would use it when it first came out. I was really excited about it. I actually bought the book, and but I found it just wasn't helpful to me for me for intraday trading. Okay, well, it does make it pretty good. It's a great read. I enjoyed reading it, but just not for me. You can always unsubscribe from it. Oh, I think you're right, William. That is probably the next one. Whoop. Okay. So much for the follow through for the AHMA guys. Now it's halted on the way down. I mean, this. Yeah, I was hoping this would really hold the VWAP area, for a while till the afternoon, and then maybe just get some volume coming in and popping it through the highs, etc. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at a few things on my thumbnail charts. I just don't see. I mean, the GMX is just not wanting to really move. It's still holding on the $1 mark, but it's not one. There's the BIAF. You guys are talking about that one, BIAF. Well, there's the 200-day moving average, so that hasn't stalled it yet. That has not stalled it yet. I mean, it's right there though. So there is the 200-day moving average, okay? 428, so it's right at the 200-day moving average. Will that actually stall it? I mean, no, if it can take that out in a huge way, the next high on a weekly chart is 495 on a weekly chart. A daily chart, when was that week? That was back in, August. I'm sorry, September of last year. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, so far, that 200-day moving average is stalling it a bit. I'm talking about the BIAF. All right. Well, there's the phase three big news. Sorry, mid stage. Excuse me, not phase three, but APGE just got back up to $80. What's the spread like? Spread is again not great, but if it's going to move $3 or $4, it won't matter. But I may just retire for the day. The ADEA gave me a little bit, and it came kind of right back down to where I bought. I basically exited flat, no follow through. But I do like it going forward. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. I mean, it's an all-time high, so and maybe later on. Now, had I been in it down here, I would have been holding on. But I got in up in this area, so little downturn here. I just can't hold on to it. So I'll put a price alert 24.65 though. It'll be an all-time high at that point again. Well, I'm going to bracket the SPY here with a couple of price alerts. I mean, there's a high right there around 662 or so. So I'm going to put a price alert there, see if it takes it out. I'm going to put a price alert near the VWAP. I want to see if it gets close to the VWAP again. Of course, the VWAP moves, but it's interesting that Micron would be doing that, William, because I mean, it had earnings last week, right? And I thought the earnings were actually pretty well. The reaction, well, actually, not a good reaction at all, right? This was the beat raise, didn't matter, but that's when the market was kind of putrid. But SMH today is certainly rallying. I'm surprised MU is not. Well, SMCI though, what a rally! Great look on that 2 minute trade wave. Great look. Just a couple of right there. If you've been in it down here, maybe take some off right there, and you just keep riding that wave. Keep riding the wave. However, next high is 2310. So there's still a ton of room. But remember, it did get destroyed on Friday. For all the reasons it got destroyed, I'm sure they're still there. But traders are just looking for a bounce. Ah, my fault. My fault. I muted the mic in the room. My mic was on, but I muted the mic in the room. Thank you, Dwayne. Sorry about that. So what I was talking about the micron. I don't know if I was on mute for the whole time, but talking about the micron. I mean, it had, as William called it, it was a beat raise, but I mean, the market was just couldn't didn't matter. These days of the market. That was Thursday, but I'm surprised it's still sinking with SMH moving higher. Would have thought it would rally, but no. I mean, SMH is up 3.3%. I would have thought Micron might be up with that one, but nope. We're following the sector a little bit better. Again, guys, I'm just eyeing the SPY, just watching this action. Here's put a price alert at the high here and went at the VWAP and see what happens. I'm way more interested in shorting, trying to find these ones that are going completely against the market. The wealth. The problem I have with it is that the next lows are close. I wish the next low was down here around 720. All right, I got to start looking at some of these ones that are just over the whole number in this race. How about UEC? We know that uranium stocks and the nukes are moving. Just have to look at NLR. This is the ETF for that sector. But do we wanna chase it? I mean, that's the problem. I mean, it held down below the 200-day moving average on Friday, obviously above it. Now the next high looking left is 1327. That is for UEC, so it's just too close for me. Well, I've had 2, just, nothing trades today, the tallow and the, ADEA. Another one that's coming into looking like a lot of resistance, guys. I mean, look at QS right here. Look at the daily chart. How many little highs around the 713 mark? So many of them. This is shortable for me. So, I mean, if it ever runs, I mean, you just have to think that all these daily highs could stall it. This is a quant. Sorry, it's a battery play. It's a battery play. I agree, Poe. The gap up markets. I'm not as I love the gap down markets when they recover. It's just hard to trust this gap up, in my opinion. But I mean, USAR has got a ton of room, $18 next high. But do we? And it's now through the 200-day moving average. Now, this actually had some news. Okay, after deal with Arnold Schwartz, no, Arnold Magnetic Technology. So, okay, so they actually had some news. It's not just moving, with the market exactly. So USAR actually had some news. Okay, here's one just over the whole number. COGT, but we're in chase mode. But what? Ah, frustrating. Looking left, no room. I mean, if we believe that these little highs are going to stall it. I had this one thumbnail on my other monitor. CSIQ. Okay, so obviously a solar play. How's TAN doing? We saw First Solar being weak in the pre-market, and here's TAN starting to move down. ETF for this. How much volume? So CSIQ. Well, you know what? I mean, the low here is 13. So there's on the daily chart, on the weekly chart, where could it go to? I just feel it's too close. I mean, it might give us 10 or 20 cents, but I need more than that. Well, Sedge, the solars are Sedge looks awesome. I mean, you've got a ton of room. I mean, the next low looking left is 43 on the daily. So you've got a ton of room. Depends where you're in this one, but you have a ton of room. Compare that to the CSIQ. When you look left for the CSIQ, you just don't have that amount of room. All right. Well, now the SPY is getting a little bit close now to that VWAP. Okay, to the VWAP right there. Okay, will it hold it? Will that hold it? HMA, I'm hearing, guys. Wow, halted on the way down again. So, yeah, this is. I would be astounded if it came back. I mean, it's based. Well, it's not going. I mean, it's gone negative. It's actually gone negative. Never mind coming back. It's gone negative. So too bad. I was hoping maybe it would just hang over the VWAP and later on in the day get a have a nice little pop, but not even close. Yeah, well, I see it's making a new high, BIAF, so it's still hanging around the 200-day moving average still, right there. Certainly on a weekly chart, and the weekly chart, the next high is 495. So on a weekly chart, Certainly has some room. All right, guys. Well, we're definitely getting into a little more mini fade mode. Okay, on the SPY, we've got a little breach of the VWAP. Okay. All right. Well, this was, I mean, another one. It's got room, but do we believe can it sustain this little move? Now, it's an awful looking 2 minute chart. Not a ton of volume. I'm talking about the PICS. Another Brazilian stock. It's above the high of Friday, I believe. It's right at the high of Friday, 1216. I mean, look, it's got a ton of room. It's got a ton of room. I mean, look at that, 1540. But spread is not great, 1209, 1218. But I mean, with that sort of room, if we thought it could just keep moving higher, that won't matter. Especially with IB, you could probably get a mid fill, but I don't know. I mean, it's all right. Here's DraftKings, guys. This was a gap up and reversal play. Okay, gap up and reversal play. So the next low looking left is 2353. So not quite a dollar to the next low, but it is it's moving down now. DraftKings on the way down here, guys. DKNG. I mean, it's still up for the day, but it is. Sorry, AI is not having a great day. Kind of miserable. I mean, it's just not. There's just not any follow through. Boy, DraftKings, inch by inch, guys, this is really moving down now. How a potential sports betting ban is giving shares a boost. A potential sports betting ban. Okay, but this is giving. All right, guys, give me a moment. Again, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Well, fun and games with RDGT. Now it's actually popping. Yeah, it's a tough market. Even, you would think, okay, the market's up. You're right, Steve, but the market's up so much that, what are you going to, I mean, you have to think, like, what do you think is it's going to keep moving higher and higher after the market is up so much? Most of these stocks, have already ripped higher. And now what do we, in the pre-market? So what are you going to do? That's why I was concentrating more on shorting, though I took two little longs, but I mean, they just had no follow through whatsoever. So that VWAP level for the SPY, yeah, it looks like it's well, it's breached again. Well, here is where here's my next line. I'm going to put a price alert in 656 or so. That was a low down here. That looked like earlier on that might have been it, but no, it rallied. So let's see what happens again if it gets close to that level. Ah, man, we saw this one was ripping higher. This pony ripping higher. Now, oof, I wish I'd seen this one. I with an awesome short underneath that VWAP. A stunning call by William on the micron short. Okay, yeah, I mean, just it's just out of the price range I trade, but yeah, I mean, it is just getting picked. Even though SMH is, I mean, that's an SMH, right? I mean, semiconductors, that sector, SMH is doing very well. Now, a lot of the sectors are probably dropping now with the market, but still, this was dropping right from the get go, even though SMH was moving higher. But, but yes, now you can kind of see what is an ETF for this one? Cheaper like a cheap one. The next low looking left is 396. Mux, okay. What's the volume? Mux. What is the volume? Not bad. So if you thought MU, no, it isn't. This is McEwen. This is not an ETF or Toby. Not that I. This is McEwen, not not Micron. I used to be able to find them just by doing this, but yeah, I mean BIAF is just nonstop right now. That 200 moving average stalled it for I don't know 30 minutes or so, and then kept piling into it. And I'm pretty sure there's no news on this one. Just a good trading vehicle today. Wow, 11:55. Okay, guys, I better get my announcement up. So that's the first thing, and now I'm going to put in the YouTube link so you guys can head over and listen to Chris, if you want to. There is the link to get into YouTube. Chris is not there yet. Should be there in about 5 minutes, maybe less than 5 minutes. Yeah, I could have taken the CSIQ. Would have remember I said, but I figured you could get probably 20 cents out of it. I wanted more though. Oil moving higher. XLE. So now let's take a look at NCLH. Is that it? It was coming into some resistance anyway. Wow, look at this. Yeah, it was coming into some resistance anyway, right around here. We saw that, even if oil had not been moving higher. But now look at it. And now, and now look at BATL. This was slip sliding away also, but now because of whatever is happening, BATL is now on the move through the VWAP. So it's kind of tough to trade some of these guys. You get news coming in fast and furious. You're in a good trade, and then all of a sudden you get some news coming out, and boom, one way or the other. RDGT is okay. Well, there is the SPY. I put a price alert at this for the SPY. Excuse me, right around here. So this is starting to yeah. So what about another one right down there, 654. Well, Poe, could it happen? Of course, it could happen. What are we up? 7.5 points right now. All right, guys, it's 11:59. Just waiting to hear a little pop in our YouTube room. That would mean that Chris is there. So just getting set to take my break. Remember how I hear a little pop. So Chris is there. Okay, guys, I'm taking my break now. See you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. So I'm muting myself now. And now I can welcome the master market manipulator, Chris Varley himself, causing the market to go up and now causing the market to go down for whatever reason. What the heck are you doing to the market, Chris?
Listen, if we don't scare you out, we'll wear you out.
Oh gosh, what a wow! It's a cliche when we say things. There are no words for it, but I mean, really, it's just. I was looking earlier, and you think, okay, just buy anything, but it's not that easy.
No,
because especially when the market ripped so high in the pre-market, but it's just so hard to to convince yourself that things are going to go higher. And now look. I don't know if you're following the SPY at all, but
yeah, no, I'm watching. Also, I don't know. I looked at the futures at 5 o'clock in the morning when I got up Eastern time, and they were down
oh really? No way.
ES was down 300 or something like that. Yeah.
Really? Then, at 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah. And then I don't know at what time things took a turn. I can't exactly say right now, but I looked back and I was like, how is everything up? It was literally the last time I looked a few hours ago, everything was down. But here we are.
Here we are. Oh,
So
well,
yeah, I mean, look, so what it was 7:05. If you look at
yes.
the SPY pre-market, a huge 5-minute candle there going up,
Yes.
and then it came and
Yes.
it went down and it came back up again, but it had it was a gap down in the pre-market for the SPY, gap down from, I don't know, around 649
Oh, I guess you're
to
right. Yeah, yeah,
643.
yeah. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, I see the gap down now. I just
Mm.
all I saw was that massive gap up. But
Yeah.
okay,
So go figure. Anyways, go take a break.
I will. Okay, see you in about an hour.
See you a little bit, Barry. Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. Nice settle on in here. Happy Monday to you all. As per usual, do this as a open forum. No pre-done content on this. I rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. And Jim coming in hot. I like it. I like it. I'm a day trader using momentum channel when enter my filters using advanced window filter. And I think there's a second part coming to this. I'll hanging on for it there. So Jim, if you alter any scans, they'll behave accordingly, meaning whatever filters and alerts were in place, those are still being honored. And then anything you added to it, that will also be honored. If you're using channels, any edits you make in the channel, they won't be saved to the channel. You can't save anything to your channels. Let me bring over a dock channel bar here. Shrink this down a little bit. So like here in the momentum channel, if I change any of these scans in here, if I wanted to save it, I would either, if I wanted to save the whole channel like this, what I would do is I'd save the dock, right click, save or share to cloud. And then I would name it like my explosive winners channel. Like that. I'm going to actually do it. Winners. I'm going to save it. And then moving forward, if I came to file, load from cloud, you're going to see it there like that. If you do an individual scan, you could, if you're on the non-docked, you could right click the individual scan and save or share that to your cloud. And then you could load that scan like that afterwards. But as far as, adding the filter, if you just want to see stocks less than $10, just real quick, right click configure. As you were saying, we're using the advanced configure, price. If I add that filter, oops. Sorry, hide unused. And then whatever I put in here, it'll honor, afterwards. If I put, max of 10 in here, for example, it'll honor that afterwards. Like I said, it just won't save. When you shut down, it won't save. That's all. Unless you, create your own channel basically with your changes, and then you wouldn't load from the channel bar anymore. Let me know if that makes sense and if that helps. Hopefully that was on track of what you were looking for. Can you all hear me? Hello? Okay. So yeah, Jim. So I thought answering your question. Did you hear any of that, perhaps? And thank you, Tony and Bill. So, Jim, I was trying to cover about the editing of channels and saving and, dove into the configure real quick there. Perhaps I wasn't on track of what you were actually asking, maybe, unfortunately. And of course, anybody else with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me, please. Yes, Jim, you wrote, I am a day trader using the momentum channel. When enter my filters using advanced window specific filters and my filters are used in the scan, I see stocks trading for less than $10. And so I went on to explain that if you edit anything in here in a channel, it won't save. I explained going over the saving it. And I went in and, showed the, price here, the price filter of how that works. So perhaps I misunderstood what you were looking for on that. It was more, I felt like you were giving me more of a statement than a question, stating that you were a day trader and that you had changed the filters in the scan. Perhaps I misunderstood you, though. And again, anybody else with questions, don't be shy. Come one, come all. You can't see my screen. Can the rest of you see my screen? Yes, I would always recommend using advanced when making edits to the scans. That's my personal opinion. I think that not using it, that's just too broad. You're not really drilling down on what you want to look for. So yeah, Bill's got my screen. Maybe refresh the page, Jim. Give it a refresh. Maybe that'll bring in the screen for you. All right. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Dave. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Fire those questions away, please, please, please. Okay, perfect. All good, all good. Real quick, Jim, I'll go back over some of what I was showing. So I've got a docked window out here, or excuse me, a docked channel. And so if I made changes in this channel and I wanted to save them, what I would do is I would click the top of the dock and I'd go save or share to cloud. And then I'd name it like something like my explosive winners channel, and I'd save it. And then moving forward, instead of using the channel itself, I would come to file, load from cloud. And because I'd saved it before, here's my explosive winners. And I would load the channel like that, and it'll have the edits that I made in there. So it's, tailored to what I'm doing and what I'm looking for like that. If you were in a non-doc channel, what I would then do is, I'd right click the single scan again. I'd make the configure changes that I wanted to make. And then I would go file, save or share to cloud. And then I would click this entire layout button over here instead. And then I would name it, whatever I wanted and save it like that. And again, I would load the channel that way. Nice. Another money machine winner for you. Excellent. I'd love to configure a scanner that would closely emulate the buy and sell flags on the charts. Yeah, I would like for that too, Tony, and so would a lot of other people at this time. There's just nothing that we have. I'm sorry. First off, it's on every single time frame that the flags can be on there. So just emulating, we just don't have the data points for it for scanning. That's that's where things stand right now. Sorry. The trade wave is using EMAs, and we don't have them. On top of that, we don't even have SMAs that would be close enough really to do it. So because we have SMAs, but we don't have EMAs, and the trade wave is using an 8 and a 9 EMA. We have an 8 SMA, but we don't have a 9 EMA. Maybe you could play around with. Let's see here, SMA. You could probably play around with where is it? Probably play around with the 8 SMA on a 5 and the 10 SMA on a 5. Bracket stuff in, and maybe you can get something in the ballpark. Here, I'll give you a template of something that may be okay for this. It's, you find some that might be close, some that are going to be off, but maybe it'll help. It's fine. High. And you're very welcome, Jim. You're very welcome. Happy to help with that. Some A. Let's go to filters. Let's look for the 8 period on a 5. Let's add it. Let's look for a 10 period on a 5. Let's add it. And let's go with let's go with minus 0.2 and 0.2. And again, minus 0.2 and 0.2. Let's give it, I don't know, $5 minimum. Let's give it 500K shares traded on the day. I'm just giving a kind of a template guideline here, and you could do however you want. We're going to call it kind of a 5-minute trade wave. And this won't consider pre-market data no matter what we do. So if you use pre-market data on your charts, just consider that as all. Press OK. And I don't know, let's see what starts coming through this and mess around. Let me get rid of this here. And let me get rid of this. And now I'm just curious how close this may or may not be actually. Use browser interface. A lot of stocks coming through this. So PCG. So I had a buy flag back here, so it was already a buy at that point. See if any of this stuff is. Yeah, so no buy on this because it's close, but it's to the downside. Let's see position, and I'm gonna say change 5-minute percent and filter. I don't think this is going to do what I think it's going to do. This is where it gets tough because there's other components with the trade wave where the stock is in an uptrend in that short time. Yeah, nope. Close. I mean, if this keeps curling, it's going to put one in there. And I'm trying something I know really can't be done, but it's close to giving us a buy there. Give it that and call it a final. I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. So now I'm curious. Let's look at some history on this today. Because something could already be a buy from the past and we're getting the alert. So let's start looking at the early alerts here. P10. So it was already in a buy at that point. This alerted just before a buy came in. This alerted before the buy could come in. This alerted just before a buy came in. So not terrible. That's just a buyout. So it's a garbage stock. We're not concerned. So look, it gave us the alert that, we had the turn coming on, but it didn't turn enough to get the buy. It took a little more time to get that turn to get the buy. Yeah, no, you're right, Dave. Like, I think we're on to something-ish here. Now, this lined up with the buy there on VG. I mean, and you could take something, for example, let's look back at what was something that was close here. Was it WB? I mean, WB almost lined up with it. It was really close, actually. I think it was Ox. Nope, it was CERT. So look, CERT comes in and you get that big green candle moving up, right? And so maybe you say, got to be a couple of cents higher than that. The alert, and then you set a price alert like that, as these things come through. Look, this is also alerting a lot of stuff. We could dial this down even more. It's just whenever I first start building a scan, I want more data. I want to see what I need to get rid of, not what, because it's harder to backtrack and say, what am I missing from this scan versus, okay, I've got too much stuff here. How do I start eliminating the things? I think that's a better way of going at building scans. That's my personal 2 cents. It doesn't make it right also. I'm trying to think of, little things that we might be able to do here. I mean, we could always tighten up that cross. So this is what I'm doing essentially, so everybody understands what's going on here. The trade wave is a cross of the 8 EMA and the 9 EMA. So what I try to do is take the 10 SMA on a 5-minute chart and the 8 SMA on a 5-minute chart and bracket price around those, saying we could be slightly below those two averages or just slightly above it. And if we're making a 5-minute high and we're within that bracket that I've created here from minus 0.2 down to minus 0.2 up, we're getting the alert. I also told it, let's make sure we're not down at all at the last 60 minutes. Because look, the stock could be kind of flat and start to move down, and it'll still meet the bracket of these SMAs, but we're moving down. So we're not getting a cross up moving down, obviously, right? So at least over the last 60 minutes, we got to be up. And then I said in the last 5 minutes, we also want to be at least slightly up as well. So we're at least flat-ish over the last 60 minutes with maybe just up slightly in the last 5 minutes is what I'm trying to do, and bracket it around those right there. So that's what I've essentially created a cross scan. The catalyst to get the alert finally is a 5-minute high. You try other stuff. You could add other alerts. You're just going to get more alerts. Doesn't mean they're better alerts. And, some people don't want the more alerts. You could try stuff like the running up now, running up intermediate. You might consider any of these channel breakouts here, 5-minute consolidation breakouts, so on and so forth. Another one that I've been a fan of, using in the past is the crossed above resistance, or if you wanted it to be more selective, the crossed above resistance confirmed. Those would be the things you want to stick, obviously, I think more to the bullish ones, which are for the alerts. Green is bullish, red is bearish, blue means neutral. So I don't think you really want a neutral alert here because you're trying to find stuff. The idea behind the trade wave, what it's doing is it's trying to find a change in trend as early as possible and catch that change in trend. There's just no way to predict, is the change in trend going to be for 5 seconds? Is it going to be for 5 days? That's the big part of it. I'm going to share this scan in a moment. I'm going to share a cloud link to the scan with you. I was just seeing if we could dial it in a touch more before I shared it out, give you, a template that's loose-ish for you to mold a little bit more, just see if we can't maybe dial it in a touch more. Let's see, let's take a look at a few more of these and just see how they wound up. So look here, this thing, while it wasn't flat-ish, it was kind of flat through there. Don't mind me, because this would be excluded because we're so far in the day. That's terrible, unfortunately. A 5-minute candle kind of killed it. There's one. You get the buy signal, the next candle, basically. So not great. Did XBI alert earlier than that? No, because it would have been too far away. So here's where you run into the problem with the bracket that I did. This makes this massive gap up. And so you're getting the buy signal there, even though it's well outside of the cross. The cross had happened. It's just really looking for that cross. So you can't get that because it's way outside the bracket of those SMAs. So, you'll be missing stuff like that, unfortunately. Although this did give you another decent opportunity as it pulled back, it cradled in here and was able to move up again. Because of the cloud? Is that why it is? Yeah. All right. So the cloud, the 5 and the 12. Gotcha. Interesting. Either way, because of the way we use the filters on these scans and bracket, no matter what we did, we couldn't catch something like XBI. It wouldn't be possible to catch XBI for what we're doing in this exercise. Gotcha. So you're talking about that there. Yeah, looks that way. With them so close like that, it's not even really a cloud at that point. In that case, we could change it like this. Let's just play around with this since nothing else is going on anyways. Well, it didn't do it all what I wanted, but that's fine. Let's do a 5 on a 5. Get rid of the 8. Let's see here. Nothing. So I killed the scan completely. Oh, that's why I killed it, because I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. There we go. I actually picked up the sell signal as it was crossing back down. Let's go back and look at the history again. I almost got WB right there. Nailed STAA. That's a buyout or whatever it is. Nailed VG. We're looking not so bad here. Was already in a buy here from the open because of the gap. Yeah, gapped up. So, no way to catch that, unfortunately. Again, XBI, we could never catch it, but we got it here where it got real close to crossing down, actually. Got right in between the sell and the buy here on NOG. I don't have anything on my watch list right now, to be honest. I'm licking my wounds from this. I'm really pissed about this still. I'm watching. That's not true. I'm still watching. This hasn't sold off like I thought it would. I traded it back here. When it started to fade, I got out of it. I've continued to watch this because it really hasn't broken down yet. It's a semiconductor related, SKYT. So I'm watching it, and I'm watching APLD still. They're the main things that I'm watching. Again, while it's broken down, considering how much the general public seems to hate AI, at least from a lot of comments, not by their use, of course. This is data center related, so I'm watching this still too because it just hasn't really broken down yet. Not like I would have expected, considering the rest of the market, moving into definitely pullback territory. PayX. So we got it as it kind of flattened out there, but there's no way to have gotten that because of the gap. Same, can't get it because of the gap. And again, so we're going to see a lot of these, I think, now, especially with stocks that gapped. QBTS. I wonder if this would have got QBTS on Friday. History. Sorry, now I'm just kind of playing for my own curiosity here on something. We'll call it 4. Let's call it 3. What time did I come in? Tell me, no. Call it 3:30 p.m. Is that it? Well, that's not great. Wow, so many stocks on the close. No, I don't see Q. Wait. No, sorry. I saw this T and the Q and the S. Nah, couldn't find it. What some of these look like. Grab that. It could be good going into the close for the next day also to give you some stuff to look at. So, all right. I'm going to put this back on real time. And I will share this with anybody that is so interested. There you all go. Yeah, very good. So, all right, anybody else with questions, don't be shy, get those in. Got lots of time here. You are very welcome, Tony. Well, guess we can mess around. Don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in. If not, I guess I'll mess around back testing this for a hot minute here. Let's see. Gonna be a lot of alerts. I wonder, instead of a 5-minute high, there's a better option. Oh, come on, back tester. Okay, maybe we won't do any back testing. This is quite unfortunate. Well, in the meantime, folks, anybody with questions, don't be shy. What do I make of AHAM? Let's see here. Since that doesn't seem to want to do a whole lot for us, we'll just leave it in the background for fun. AHMA. AHMA. What do I make of it? Probably hurt a lot of people today. That's what I would make of it. It's also halted again, it looks like. So it looks like must have had some news or something in the pre-market, maybe gapped up, ran up, and then crushed everybody afterwards. It looks like this is its MO, moves up and moves down like that. 4 million in the float. So this is actually very normal to see that. I would imagine that it's I'd imagine some trader's room got a hold of it or something like that with 4 million in the float. It's not exactly a tough stock to manipulate. The stock is also 5 months old. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, 5 months old. So yeah, it looks like for whatever reason, looks like it loves to pump and dump. Yeah, see, I never like to, qualify or label stocks, whatever. They all serve a purpose, right? Does it serve your purpose? Yes or no, obviously one way or the other. But, it's the same thing as, look, we'll pick on AT&T. While it's certainly no junk company, I mean, is anybody trading this stock and really making bank on it? You know what I mean? With 7 billion in the float, no, nobody is. People buy the stock because it's a safe haven with a good dividend. So, something like AHMA. I mean, this is something that the elitist of the elitists would be trading. Yeah, I mean, AT&T is a flight to safety stock for the dividend. It's nothing more than that at this point. And again, this isn't like, this is exactly what it is. This is for high fly momentum traders that are in and out, scalping in 2 seconds, full well knowing the risk. This isn't someone that's been trading for a year or two is unlikely to do well in these types of stocks consistently. This is the kind of thing that people have to work their way towards over quite a bit of time, generally speaking. So the company itself may be a junk company, but the underlying, stock, it serves its purpose. And that's surely to transfer money from people that don't know what they're doing to people that do know what they're doing. Yes, it is. Yes, I do the swing picks list, so I know it was the first one there. It just popped to my mind immediately because I had been looking at the chart. It's a signal of the backdrop that we have. If I talk about it in the video because I'm the one that does the videos for that. I don't even know if anybody watches those videos. I started doing them a little over a year ago and considered stop doing them because nobody really mentions them. But as I mentioned in the video, it's a sign of the backdrop of the market. You start to see a sign of trouble here with the market. People flying to safety because you don't want to be in cash where inflation is destroying your value of your cash. You don't also want to necessarily be tied up in a bond either. So you find a lot of funds and people parking their money into something like this here that pays a decent, safe dividend. UNH. Is that United Health? Yeah, I mean, this is one of those stocks where, so normally I talk about big float stocks, the odds of it going to zero, bankrupt, blah, 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 aren't high. I mean, just keep in mind what happened to GE, what happened to, I don't know, who else is out there that, went away essentially. GE is the big one that I could think of. And because the GE that you see now is all through restructuring and everything else, regardless of what its stock price is now, that company went bankrupt because of their financial arm back in 2009, 2010, whatever it was. This is a stock where I'd be careful about because they've got a lot of issues and all of a sudden they wind up on the wrong end of, someone in Congress or anything. Sears, exactly. JCP, exactly. While they've been around forever and they're huge floats and things like that, those are the companies you want to watch out for with the huge floats where they're not just safe. Again, look, AT&T, they were late to pivot. So I would say that they're kind of lucky in that sense. They were very late to pivot when it came to cell phone technology and all that. Of course, because of the behemoth that they were and the cash cow and all that, they were able to make the pivot and do what they did. But it's not like AT&T is some company out there innovating the way we're communicating and anything like that. It is an old dinosaur company run by old dinosaurs, regardless of whatever, the board and CEO age and things like that is. They're just there to get really rich, and they're not there for, creating any kind of value or anything special for their customers. But, they're not going anywhere for now anyways either. Where UNH, they end up on the wrong side of something with Congress or whoever else, all of a sudden people start picking on insurance companies and whatever else. There'll be a sacrificial lamb out there. Something beat up like this could end up being that sacrificial lamb. It's just like, in the financial crisis, literally the US government picked winners and losers. That's how it worked. Goldman Sachs, you're a winner. Lehman Brothers, you're a loser. That's the way it worked, Yeah, lots of coulda, shoulda, woulda's out there with different companies. Another one, obviously, people look at Blockbuster. There's another one, who'd have thought, if I had told you in 1998 that Blockbuster won't be around in 10 years, basically, you'd have thought I was out of my mind. 10 years later, they're closing stores at a record pace. So that's why, these bigger companies, there is some safety in general to them, but to just ever park your money into a company and turn a blind eye to it, that would be ill-advised. But we've gone off on a tangent, but I guess there's nothing else really going on. So, but yeah, to bring it back, like that stock we were looking at, unless you're some kind of insider that they're going to do something special, inevitable, and or imminently, and things are going to be great. It's not it's not a company you're parking your money into. That's for sure. 76 on trades. Can't really do much with this because the odds maker is running slower than molasses, which is really stupid and annoying, but whatever. Yeah, Nortel, another one. Yeah. I mean, you're around long enough. It's crazy. Something, way off topic here, but, I was thinking about, there used to be so many more options out there for shopping and stores and products, and, through minimalization and, efficiency, or whatever you want to call it, consolidation. We don't really have very many choices as shoppers anymore in this country. The world never had nearly the amount of choices we have. But even here, we do not. There's an illusion that competition exists. You got 3 companies essentially that control all the food of this of the world, things of that nature. So, but anyways, we're here to make money regardless of that. Well, you mentioned SMCI. I haven't looked at that chart in forever. SMCI. Woof. Yeah, buddy. That is rough. That is rough. I mean, this is the kind of chart where you say at this point, it's got support at 0. Sure, could you, throw a Hail, I don't know what I'd call it. I don't know if I want to call it a Hail Mary, but could you say, yeah, I'll take, $1,000 or whatever, $10,000, $1,000 to one person is nothing. $1,000 to another person is everything. But could you take X amount of money that you could afford to lose and throw it at something like this and say, let me see if my lottery ticket comes in? Sure. This isn't the kind of chart I'd be doing that with. I mean, you don't have, there's no support really. Support all the way down here at, $10 or something maybe. You really want to go risking $12 a share at this point on something that's, just don't make sense. Oh yeah, I mean, even just from this, look at this 5-year chart on it here, right? I mean, like I said, it looks like it has support at 0. Even on the daily chart, it looks like it has support at 0. Monthly chart, I can't even imagine. Yeah, I mean, a monthly chart, you're coming all the way down to, $8 maybe. We're talking, moving down $14 from here, give or take. I mean, everything is bearish about this chart. I mean, every time frame, look at that bear flag, right? That was a textbook bear flag right there. I'm still collapsing. And if you are a believer, if you really know technical analysis and you were using a monthly bear flag on that, well, the target on a bear or bull flag is the length of the pole. So you're only halfway there at this point if we were doing some real technical analysis. So, you're only halfway there for the, for the next leg of the move on a monthly bear flag of that. That doesn't mean it's going to do that, obviously. And even if it did, it's going to play out over months. I mean, this played out over years, But that's why I look to stocks like an ALPD here, and for now it holds up. We'll see what happens. It's on my radar. You see I got a price alert up there. I want to see it breaking back out again, though. I want to see the buyers stepping back in. I want to see the volume come back in, but a stark contrast between the two. Another one here, Marvell. I'm not really looking at this one. It's on my liked list. I was looking at it. I don't know. It's a tough one for me. I've both traded this and taken a lot of money on it. I've also lost a lot of money on the stock too over many years now. It's one of those ones that's like it's a hot stove for me. I've had it cut me both ways, but all the same, remains in a nice uptrend overall while running into this head resistance that we can see clearly here. But if it clears that again, got a lot of room back up here again. So for, the tech stocks that have been beaten to, just beaten down a ton, it's got a couple of positive months in a row when the rest of the market ain't looking so hot. So, those are the kinds of things, this is one of those times there's no way to predict if we move into an actual correction at this point, and there's no way to predict if we'll move into a bear market at this point. But what we can do, start to look at the stocks that have held up well over the last 2-3 months, right? Because if we make a turn back up, right, those stocks that held up, they're likely to be your big winners and big leaders at this point. Oh yeah, Beyond. I mean, oof. Sorry, but the first time I ever saw one of those burgers, I thought to myself, people eat that? But, to each their own. I'm sure I eat things that people would question as well. So, that's that. But it just, wasn't something that I saw flying off the shelves long term. Especially once all the stuff came out about seed oils and all that stuff like that. So, as far as long, because I look at things for long-term, very long-term holds too. Like anybody else, I'd love to find, for example, a Netflix or an Amazon or anything like that. There's always one out there. Finding it is obviously, beyond the challenge of challenges. So of course, when Beyond came out, you got to entertain it, right? Is this thing special? Is it a health food? Is it, is it magic? And, the research said no. And also the market, the greatest thing about the stock market in general, and while, it's got its flaws without any question, generally speaking, eventually the fraud gets fished out of the market. And as the great Warren Buffett says, when the tide goes out, you find out who's been swimming naked. Yeah, Oatly, no, it's going to be a hard pass for me. So let's see here. I don't know. I guess the last couple minutes here, let's mess around and top list. What do I want to do here? Let's look at stocks that are, I'm going to call them $15 or above. Let's say that they are he's trading selling 50 on the last 3 months on average. And Mm-mm-mm. 3 months brings us back to January. Yeah, let's do that. Let's sort by that. Let's add that as a column. Let's get rid of that. So here are your stocks that are up the most over the last 3 months, right? Really simple. 1, 2, 3. Let's get this back down to a daily chart. That stock just started trading, so you're irrelevant. Aye. Interestingly enough, whatever that is. So, here's you, whatever that's doing, whatever that is. But, holding very, very well. Again, maybe a stretch, maybe a little stretch, but bull flag-ish. There's your pull on a daily chart, something to consider. 810. I've seen this stock around forever. Holding real well here and up, making a new all-time highs today. So, this is the stuff you want to be looking at here. Don't necessarily need to go chasing it, but, rest of the market's selling off, or a lot of the market's selling off, and these stocks are sitting real pretty. I would definitely not go chasing AXTI at this point, but to each their own. U is AI face recognition. Interesting. Okay. CLDX. Again, sitting kind of nice. Looking at it on a monthly chart. Let's go to a weekly chart. Not bad. You got some room on the weekly chart here. You're clearing this area in here. Sorry, I don't draw the best of lines, but you got some room clearing up to 40-ish, and then some room above those levels as well. And a nice uptrend going on there. So there's definitely some gems to be had out there, and I created that scan in about 45 seconds. Right, Barry? I thought for sure he was back.
No, you jumped the gun. I was on and then I had to come off. So you jumped the gun. But
I was hedging that you were listening silently.
No. So I don't know what the right Barry was all about, but
I was just, I was talking about we've got a pullback. We're set, I don't know what today's gap up, but we're somewhere around 7% off all-time highs on the major indexes, give or take.
Yeah.
And, I just created a top list real fast. What do we do here? I said, let's look at stocks that are 15 or above. The last 3 months, they've averaged 750,000 shares a day over the last 3 months. And let's sort them by what's up the most over the last 3 months with the position range. And I mean, there's some gems on this, actually. Some not so bad looking charts. I was looking at YOU. I mean, that's had itself a good move here with the rest of the market kind of slogging along. Something else that look at, 8ATEN, that's at, taking out an all-time high today here, so that, are these ones that are going to light the world on fire or anything like that? No, but if we make a turnaround.
YOU had earnings back on February the 25th. And if you look, I mean, ever since then, I mean, they've maintained that big gap. I mean, they've had a couple of flighty days, but I mean, they've basically maintained the big gap. Yep. The one that really surprises me is Micron, MU. I mean, it was as William calls it, it was a beat and a raise. So beat revenue, beat earnings and earnings per share, and raise their guidance. Didn't matter. And I thought, okay, fine. It had the big down. But, when the market ripped today, I thought, well, okay, that would probably at least move along with it. But not even
not even a little bit.
Not even close.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Well, I mean, yeah, you got nothing. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to explain some of this stuff, isn't it?
Yep, it certainly is. That's why, it doesn't have to make sense.
It doesn't have to make sense to trade it. Exactly. All right, my friend. Well, listen, are you on tomorrow or somebody else tomorrow?
No, Andy should be on deck tomorrow.
Andy's on tomorrow. Okay.
Right. Because
all right. So that's it for you this week.
I believe so. But you never know. You never know. I'm not intending.
Okay. All right, Chris. Well, thanks for spelling me. And if not this week, we'll see you next Monday.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see everybody next week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Just got to grab the screen. Oops. Okay, grab the screen. I should be good to go in our YouTube room. Get rid of the announcement and get my music going, and we're totally good to go. All right, guys. So when I left last, the SPY was on its way down a bit, but I don't know. Maybe it had tried a little pop, kind of hanging in this area now. I'll put a price alert down here, 653. So GMAX is having a little pop, but I just don't know if it can sustain it. I mean, it's up to 208. I think it's just got too much baggage right now. Had some news in the pre-market, receiving an Aussie dollar $4.2 million purchase agreement. A little bit of room to the VWAP. I mean, well, not much, a dime. Well, we can definitely say that BIAF is holding five. I mean, for how long, I don't know, but I mean, it's been holding five pretty well. And it's through that 200-day moving average. It obviously still has some room to the weekly chart, 740. That was back in that was last year, back in July. Sorry, September of last year. So I mean, it has some room. I don't know what the daily high would be. I'd have to back it out quite a bit, but no news on it. I don't think today. Just it's just a trading vehicle. Had for what it's worth, it had earnings a few days ago. Oh, good. Okay, AJ, trying to emulate the bind the sell flags on a 5-minute chart. Okay, cool. Well, if it emulated that one down here, that would have been pretty good for the BIAF, right at 935. Yep. Taking a bit of a header down now, BIAF. Well, let's see how close it gets to the VWAP, if it gets close at all. Why don't you pop it in the room, AJ, if you want to? Let's take a look at it. Or did he pop it into? Did he pop? He must have. Just looking if he put a link in. I see he put some link in. Is that it? Is that the one? Yeah. Well, let's see if that's the. It's funny. I can't seem to copy those. I don't understand what's going on. I see the link, but I can't seem to copy it. Why don't you put it in here? Got to be a trick. for me to copy a link from YouTube. Well, guys, I mean, GMAX is making a move, but I mean, do we think it can get through 120? All right, guys, it's 109 now. So I think I'll go over my homepage one last time today. William, I can't remember if you indicated how long you're going to keep this room open, if at all, after I leave. Can't remember if you posted that already. 3:30 to 3:45ish. Okay. Thank you. All right, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard plan or our premium plan. All I ask is this: if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room and this room here, the trading room. Company sees my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. So for those of you sitting in YouTube right now, there is another room, a lot more active. If you're looking for more action in a room, you can come into this one, the trading room. It's free also. Okay. And this room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you're looking for some pre-market action, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And I get on the mic both rooms around 9 o'clock. And William has already confirmed that even when I leave, sometime maybe between 2 and 2:30, he's going to keep this room, the trading room, open between 3:30 to 3:45. So most of the time, this room is open well, way longer than YouTube. Okay, 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and it's free. It is free. So a couple of things. If you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, go to the education section, click on the more info. And you can take a look at this. The getting don't. This is not an option, mandatory. You take a look at this. The getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video. Go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you want to try for at least a month. You know, you can try this for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. These monthly subscriptions are just month to month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading, I would heartily recommend you take a look at this. Now, back to my homepage. At the very bottom, if you scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. These are designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, completely up to you. Boy, keep an eye on the APGE. This is really starting to give it up. APGE. Now, if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, scans, etc., if you click on my that scans area, here's the large cap gainers. This is a race. This is movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. Here's another race. I don't have it up and running, but you can take a look at it. It's a way more volatile race than this. Volatile meaning, 0.87%. since the race started. That's what that 0.87% means. You'll get some in the other race moving 10, 5, 10, 15% sometimes. So it's a lot more volatile. Of course, when the stock moves that much up, it can move as much or down more. Pre-market active is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market active is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here on my other monitor. Super active today. Look at the AHMA now. And I have some scans that I don't have up and running. I have a momentum scan that I don't have up and running, and the Petro combo scan. You can take a look at them. I do have the gap continuation or reversal scan. Just sort of information overload though today, based because of what the day was. Okay, just really information overload. But there it is. Okay, so if you have any questions about the scans or anything else, don't be shy. You can ask me questions really all day long. I love how it's kind of a 5 minute. I love how he named it. Well, all we do is take a look and see what it does look like. Well, there's a buy flag, and I guess right there. So it's a 5 minute high. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for the balance of the day. Well, actually, let me take a look at what filters he did use. All right, price $500, 500,000 shares. Price was up 0.33%. Wow, how did he come up with that one? Was up in the last 60 minutes or flat? Okay. So this is okay because we're looking at okay. So he's using the 5 period SMA. As we know, this is based on a 5 crossing the 12 EMA. So and then this value here. Okay, well let's see. That he spent some time putting that together. Obviously. Well, let's see what happened here. VG. Did we get a little buy flag? Nope. Let's take a look at TZA. This is an ETF, SRTY. Well, it's interesting. We didn't get anything on the 5 minute charts. Did get it on the 2 minute chart. Well, we're definitely in drift mode now, guys. I mean, the market a little pop for about 20 minutes. Yeah, it'd be tragic if this turned negative today. Not tragic. That's a little dramatic, I guess. But well, it's funny, AJ. The two that I'm getting buy flags on from that are on the 2 minute chart, not on the 5. Did you say to use a 5 minute chart? Looking here at LNG, there's a little buy flag. It'll be interesting to use this at the beginning of the day, okay, just to see, within the say the first 10 minutes or so. So what I'll do is I'm going to just reduce some because we don't need this. We know it's a 5 minute high, so we don't have that. I think so anyway. That's the only trigger, right? Yeah. So I'm going to get rid of that so I can reduce the. Don't need the type. Oh, so he's got a very expensive one here, 286. Okay. I think for me anyway, maybe I'll reduce it. Maybe make it, I don't know, $75. All right. Now I know he was talking about you in the when he was there. Yeah, we're looking at this one. I mean, this is been holding up very well. I had earnings a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, and it's been holding. I mean, remember what the market's been doing. This is not really give it up at all. In fact, it's above, certainly above its earnings day. It was really good too because it closed right at the high of the day it had earnings. HMA sinking to oblivion. All right. We're soaring on hopes of a Middle East conflict resolution. Oh, I see. A tour operator, travel agency. Oh, okay, now I sort of get it. Okay, AJ, yeah, work on it. Okay, that's your job. That's your assignment for the evening. Working on that one. I mean, it's maybe giving just a nice little alert, regardless. A little new 5 minute high. I don't usually use 5 minute highs. You were the sixth like. Yeah, I don't ask people to. You want to like? Okay, you want to like the YouTube video? Please do. I don't often talk about YouTube too much in that regard. Just say no. Well, there's a flash from the past, BJ, or a blast from the past, not a flash from the past. The joke is she should have just said, just say yes, because, kids will do the opposite to whatever adults say. Uh, Thank you, Monica. I never ask. I don't even think about it. Yeah, that's true. Every YouTube video I go to, they're begging, well, beg. They say, please give us a like, etc. I don't even think about it. Okay, give me a like, or give us a like, not me. Give the room a, give the video, the presentation a like. I know AJ's gone, but I mean, it's sort of interesting because I don't use 5 minute highs very often, and I'm just looking here. Now, I'm supposed to say like, subscribe, and share. Okay, too many words. How about LSS? Just do me an LSS. Yeah, not, not Monica. Yeah, typical Canadian. All right, guys. About half an hour left for me, maybe. Okay, so if you've got questions, please ask. William will keep this room open though till it's sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. He said. Well, I mean, the market is just, it's really, there's a chance. I mean, there is a chance. We get over. I'm going to put a price alert up here, 656. There's a chance. We take that out. Maybe it has another little rally into the VWAP and beyond. Who knows? I mean, it's possible. Yeah, so much for the GMEX guys. I mean, I had my doubts. GMEX now could not really get going. Wow, halted again on the way down. AHMA halted again on the way down. So BIAF is kind of flagging a little bit here, guys. So it's back over 5. Maybe. I'm going to put a price order around 519, see if it takes that out later. There's the VWAP. Put a piece away, about 40 cents away from that. I don't know, maybe a little bit of a scalp type trade. I mean, here's Fly W, guys. The 200-day moving average, about 30 cents away. It's sort of pulled back into the wave, making a little bit of a break here. Yeah, but look at the relative volume, only 0.79. So it's not trading anything abnormally. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe this will be a bit interesting. The QURE was got hammered down on earnings. The low 15 right there. That was Friday's low, 15. Sort of at that right now. If it can take that out, the next low is 14.17. So there's a little bit of room underneath. If it can take that 15 again, why not put a price alert there? See if it triggers. Beyond Meat, BYND. Somebody was talking about that in our YouTube room for some reason, making a little move. Where the market is really looking for a little bit of direction right now, I think, wondering what is really happening. Well, it's not bad, PJ. He bought at 67 cents a share. He's doing really well then. He's right. 67 dollars he bought that for. Wow. Well, he's offloaded it by now. No, 8 million shares. I know the name, don't know anything else about him, but know the name. I wonder what his stop was. Okay, guys. Well, listen. Yeah, I had bracketed the spy, so the spy now is taking a little bit of a pop here, a little bit of a pop. Okay. Well, I'm going to put a price alert near the VWAP and see if we can get close to the VWAP again. Takes that out, we'll probably end up moving higher. But who's they? When you say they don't know stops like we do, I mean, if you're a trader, you have to know. I mean, I don't care if you're an investor or athletes. Athletes, right, right, right. Yeah, but who was his advisor? Unless he just did it completely on his own. That sounds to me like something though that you would just say, nah, you know what, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. It's too good to not come back. Well, there's USAR guys, USAR on the move here again. You want to believe the story so badly. Ooh. More halts than trading time. You might be right, Bradley. You might be right if you add up every 5 minutes that it's not trading. Well, USAR is just ripping here, guys. USAR just ripping. Now, they actually had some news. Okay, whoever Arnold Magnetic Technologies are. Sure hard to get behind these nukes, guys. I mean, look at LTBR, still at the right at the low still. Or well, not the low, but when these things were just absolutely flying. LTBR was a cheap one. Well, and actually on the SPY, look how the volume is increasing right now. Volume is increasing. Come on, pop through that VWAP. Well, guys, here we go. We're getting closer and closer now to that VWAP with the SPY. And for the umpteenth halt today, just resumed AHMA, just resumed again. Now, you wonder if they'll have a pop because remember, in theory, they moved on hopes of a Mideast conflict resolution. That was the theory that they moved. Oh, man. Again, halted on the way down now, AHMA. Where did it start from today? Boy, I mean, imagine that. I mean, at one point, what was it up about 100%? Now it's down 74%. All right, William, let's cheer William on. He's going to take, well, did you get in before the halt? Or you're going to take it at 1/6? Oh, you got in just before the halt. Okay. Well, again, if you believe that it was up because there was maybe some kind of a, whatever we want to call it, a resolution, any sort of a rumor, that there's going to be something resolved, which should, in theory, would pop the stock. So, but I'm sure you're seeing this 116. Let me join you. If this has any sort of a pop when it comes out of the halt. Yeah, wouldn't that? Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. I mean, the VWAP, the VWAP, I know you know it. It's up here at 631. That would be a pretty amazing run. Well, let's see. Eh, let's see how it opens. You know what happened? I had to delete a 5-minute chart last week, and now my ADMA is not on there, so I'm going to add it again. Eight. And what color am I going to use? Oops. Hmm. Well, the news, Poe, was this. I mean, this was ambition soars on hopes of a Middle East conflict resolution because I guess they're into travel. They are operating a tour operator, travel agency. More than likely, not too many people doing that right now. Okay, so I guess that was the reason. Okay, in theory, have to change that. What is what's going to stand out in here? Should have been blue, dark blue, maybe. Hmm. I don't think I'm applying it or something. Hmm. It's not showing up. Not as blue anyway, unless. Well, here we go, guys. So it just opened. It just opened. No, yeah, it did just open. AHMA just opened up. Okay, it is there. Just doesn't show up very well in the cloud. That is the ADMA though. It's just not showing up well inside the cloud. So it got to that five. It got to the 8 EMA, didn't it? Looks like it. I'm trying to see it here, but I don't know how to make this more visible when it's inside the cloud. However, look at the SPY now, guys. The SPY looks like it is going to not make it through the VWAP. At least while I'm here. It's 1:48 now, guys. So I have about 12 minutes left or so. Always later if there are questions, of course. Well, I mean, the best we can say about it right now is that it's it's trying to at least base around the 110 mark, maybe HMA, but flattening out a little bit. And then the big drop, this you talk about this is tough trading today, guys. You look at this USAR, granted it was somewhat parabolic, but it's basically come right back down from where it started that parabolic move. Okay. Let me try something for Chris. Aha. He's asking, it doesn't appear so. Cannot finish the back test. Now, back testing typically is not done while the market's open, but you can do it. But well, that darn William talked me out of it, and now it's halted on the way up. He told me it was going under $1. Now it's halted on the way up. Well, let's see where it could go. Here's $1.30 potential open. How much are you weigh, William? What's the old expression? I can trust you as far as I can throw you, or something. Well, you could throw me. I'm only, 135 pounds soaking wet. No, no. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I have to wrap this up right now. Okay, so thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I'll get on the mic at both rooms at 9 o'clock. I will leave my. You'll have to give me a moment. I'll get my announcement up here later. My layout will still be running even though I'm gone. So William says he'll keep this room open, the main room open until at least 3:30 to 3:45. So give me one moment. Just give me one moment as I just have to let the YouTubers know. Okay, so YouTubers, if you click on my homepage link and you still want some interaction among other traders until 3:30 to 3:45 ish, click on my homepage link and click on the trading room. Okay, that'll get you into the trading room. It's free also. So I do have to shut down this stream in YouTube.